wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. See the horizon turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. turns to sun rays, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us. Schlafen auf, wir sind zu früh wach, sind immer ehrlich und keine Betrüger. Deshalb kennt man uns unter Bizepsbrüder. Komm mal wieder klar, Kian ist back. Jede Woche gibt es mal einen Track. Ja, mein Leben ist einfach perfekt, denn ich gebe immer. Bin im Gym und ich bin stark. Sue und Flo sind auch am Start, denn sie wissen, es
I just completed 10,000 days in hardcore Minecraft. But before I show you any more of that, we need to go all the way back to the beginning in 2019 when I created my world. This was during the COVID-19 lockdown when everyone had to stay home, and I figured I would start a brand new hardcore world as a way to pass the time. As the months passed, the world became something special to me, more than just a world. It became my own personal project that I valued greatly. Over the years that I've played this world, I started my YouTube channel, made content, and had a ton of fun with my hobby. So over the next few hours, you're not only going to experience the tale of my world, but also see how I've changed as a person and progressed along the way. So sit back and relax while I show you the story of how I survived 10,000 days in hardcore Minecraft. Here we are, everyone. Oh man, I'm so excited to start this world. Hold on, pause. I said pause. Geez, editing one, but go back. So something you should know about this world is that I didn't actually record anything until day 5,000. The reason for that is that when I started the world, it was just for myself. I had no plans on making a YouTube channel. However, as I built more things, my friends suggested that I post my builds on social media. As more and more people began to see what I had created, I realized that this world was something bigger than just my own personal project. The world has become something that has brought literally millions of people from all around the globe together through the form of videos. I've decided that in this video, I will recap the first 5,000 days of my world, then put all of my content into one mega video so that you can have the ultimate experience learning about everything I've done in over 3,000 hours of gameplay. So back when I created my world, it was 2019 and I began it in the 1.14 update. This was my first ever hardcore world, Season 1, or as I like to call it, Aikenwood. I picked that name because I'm a big fan of The Lord of the Rings and I feel that it has the same sort of vibe as some of the names from the books. As I spawned in, I made it my primary goal to get geared up as quickly as possible. I got myself some tools, iron armor, and a shield. I always say a shield is the most important thing at the beginning of a hardcore world because you can block attacks from mobs. After that, I made a massive wheat farm so I could have a reliable source of food. I then created the starter house and I wanted to go all out with it. I decided to make it look pretty fancy on the exterior and interior. I knew I would probably be staying here for the foreseeable future, so I wanted to have a nice place. From there, I created a mine on the side of a mountain, and I built a staircase to travel quickly from top to bottom. I even found a spider spawner early on, which I then turned into a mini farm. And from there, I spent hours mining for diamonds and XP, at which point I created an enchantment table and enchanted my tools and maxed my armor. After getting armor, I decided I would build a better sugarcane farm than the one I had around my base. So I gathered materials and then quickly built a flying machine-based design. Next to the sugarcane farm, I also built a quick creeper farm by following a tutorial. I had plans to get elytra soon, and I wanted to have all the farms necessary to make unlimited fireworks. Next to the two farms, I created a simple chunk-based slime farm and a double skeleton spawner XP farm. From there, I went to the nether and used an ender pearl to get on top of the nether ceiling to create the first of my gold farms. At this point, I had played about 250 days on my world, and now had all the required farms to begin construction of the first of my many mega bases. Over the span of about 500 days, I created a massive white concrete wall, a glass dome on top, and then filled it in completely with a mixture of snow and cobwebs. From there, I created a villager trading hall with every enchantment book selling for only 1 emerald. Also a super smelter, more farms, and a ton of little houses. The idea for this base was to make it almost like a snow globe with a medieval village inside of it. After the dome base was completed, I went back to the spawn of the world where I made a cool library. There was a tutorial for this build online and it just seemed perfect for that plot of land. While building the library, I was also attacked by some pillagers and I decided I would try to fight my first ever raid, where I got my first ever totem of undying. Now that I had a totem, I decided to travel deep into the nether to find a fortress. Alright, here we go. After obtaining 3 wither skeleton skulls, I fought the wither and made a beacon. This was a big milestone for me because it was here that I realized I had the necessary skills to finally take on the Ender Dragon after almost 1,000 days of playing. I made some Eyes of Ender, found the stronghold, and then entered the end where I very nearly died and almost lost all of my progress. However, that first totem came in clutch and saved the day. After nearly dying, I took the rest of the fight very carefully and ended up beating the Ender Dragon. From there I went end busting and then got my first ever Elytra. I played 1000 days, built many farms, a mega base, some buildings at spawn, beat the Wither, the Ender Dragon, and got perfect armor and tools. By all standards, I was doing well, and now that I had gotten past the early stage of the game, it was time to begin work on my more ambitious plans for the world. Just before we continue, I want to tell you about my plans for 2023. I want to make it the craziest year we've ever had on YouTube. And to do that, I'll make a deal with you. At the end of the year, I'm going to blow up 1 TNT for every subscriber this channel has. If you want to see millions of TNT explode and you want to try to crash my PC, go ahead and reserve your TNT by clicking the button below. Alright, let's get right back to it. I started by building almost every farm imaginable. A gravity block farm for concrete, a little iron farm, guardian farm, a wither rose farm, a tunnel bore, a trident farm, an automatic wither killing machine, a nether fortress farm, a raid farm, a ghast farm, a magma farm, hogland farm, a new gold farm, a new iron farm, a blaze farm, a wood farm, a new gunpowder farm, an enderman farm, an absolutely enormous slime farm, an ice farm, and finally, an XP gold farm. Now you might think all of this is a little overkill, and you'd be right. But when I started this world, I had the goal to make it the best world I had ever played on. And to make the builds I had planned, I needed to have the farms to collect all the blocks. With my new farms, I first went south a few hundred blocks where I created a medieval Japanese themed village. I made sure to put walls, beacons, floating lights, and lots of houses in the area. And once I had decorated the interiors of all of them, I was very happy with what I had created. From there I went back to the spawn area where a massive tree was added. I built many houses with full interiors as well as some totem poles surrounding the area. The idea is that the poles give energy to the city and keep it running. At this point I had long since passed 2,500 days, and keep in mind that I'm speeding past most of the things I did. There were loads of times that I very nearly died. I also placed many Easter eggs around the world for future me to find. There were lots of little things I had done, like breeding a massive wolf army, made an Elytra flying course, made a full netherite beacon, collected enchanted golden apples, and upgraded the farm area into the industrial district. I was a busy man to say the least. And the next 700 days, I made my first ever storage system that I called the Alexa storage system. The idea behind the name is that because the Amazon Alexa Echo Dot can do pretty much anything, and the storage system can sort pretty much anything, I figured why not call it the Alexa storage system. Okay, for real, now that I look back at that, I got no clue what I was thinking. From there, I thought it would be cool to make a humongous map of my entire world. I mined out a massive underground room and then decorated that room by putting a table in the middle, lava surrounding that, and then a mine shaft surrounding that. After which I spent a couple hundred days testing my mental capacity by building a map over 800 maps large. This build was one of my favorites though, because it allowed me to see everything I had previously done from a single place. My world was just over 3,600 days old. This was the point where I showed some of my friends what I had built so far, and they were completely amazed. And this was surprising to me because I never really thought my world was anything special. But when they told me what I had done was amazing, I decided I would do two things. First of which was to start recording whatever I thought was important in the hopes that someday I might create a video. Secondly, I stopped sleeping in my world. And the idea behind never sleeping again is that when you sleep, you skip the night and the day count goes up quicker. By not sleeping, you play longer for each day, meaning if I ever hit a massive milestone like 10,000 days, I would have actually played something like 20,000 days and would have an even more insane world. By day 3600, I felt like I had completed quite a bit. My spawn area was full of builds I was proud of. However, the nether was quite the opposite. So I decided to create a nether hub, a place that I could be proud of. I was inspired by what Cubfan had created on the Hermitcraft server, so I first decided I would make a massive concrete cylinder. I then decorated it with a 13,000 block pixel art that I had to create by hand. Keep in mind, I didn't have Lightmatica at this point, so this required me going through and placing each block by looking at a separate picture. Once the nether hub was finished, it looked super sweet. Around day 4400, I decided I would take a quick break from the builds and start trying to complete the rest of the achievements I had never gotten, like 2x2, all mobs killed, and how did we get here. Once I had gotten all the achievements, I realized something about my world. I valued it greatly. I realized that because this was hardcore mode, I could at any point lose it to the smallest of things like a creeper attack. I heard about a device that I could create that would make my world essentially peaceful mode. It would turn off all mob spawning and ensure that I would have much better odds at surviving. This device was called a mob switch. I very quickly built it, and once it was complete, I was amazed to see that even at nighttime, no mobs would spawn. Once the mob switch was in, I created a massive wave machine using 1,500 minecarts, and honestly, dude, this thing is so satisfying. From there, I used a machine designed by my friend Nam to make a 100,000 block long cobblestone path. I put a railway on it and then had what I believe to be the longest railway anyone has ever made in a single player hardcore world. I also spent about 200 days creating a huge transformation of the jungle temple, on top of which I put my netherite beacon, and inside of which I put an upgraded villager trading hall. The last thing I did before 5,000 days was create a huge monument for the rest of my beacons. Finally, with day 5,000 nearing, I decided to clean up around my world, clearing all the chest monsters, adding touch-ups to my houses, and really just making the world feel complete. Once the day came around, I sat down and celebrated hitting 5,000 days in hardcore the only way I knew how. At this point, I had played on my world for about 1,200 hours and had a ton that I was proud of. I decided to spend about a month editing a recap video to upload to my channel. This was the first ever video I had ever made, and I was amazed when it completely blew up. New people were finding the channel, and the subscriber count skyrocketed. My friends and I were blown away. As nerve-wracking as it was now having an audience to watch my content, I had probably the best couple months of my life working on the Ocean Monument base with viewers, streaming it almost every day, and learning more about YouTube along the way. It was nearly 300 hours later on day 6,000 that I finished the Ocean base. At which point I decided that in addition to streaming, I would start posting videos of my projects. Which catches us up to when I first created my Castle Island video. So without further ado, let's get into that one. I previously transformed this entire island into the shape of a massive skull. Now I'm going to be building a humongous castle on top and call it Hogwarts. This is by far the largest project I've ever done. It took me over 100 hours. So please stick around to the end of the video and I promise you won't regret it. Alright, let's start with the first build. It's gonna be really complex, so I think we should begin with the framework. I'm gonna get all of my gross mushroom blocks because they're really easy to use and remove when we're finished. I'm sorry, little mushroom. Your home is about to become a concrete jungle. We're gonna start by making a basic layout of the lowest layer and then dividing the parts within the zone into sections. So this is what I got now. It looks kind of weird at the moment, but I promise when we build a bit more, it's gonna be really something spectacular. Next, I need to work with the height of the castle. We're gonna start with the base portion and then add some pillars and boom! I would just like to add a few extra towers dotted around because come on, it's a castle. They have a lot of towers. Now I need to get the walls in, and I think I'm going to be using a mixture of blocks, mostly stone bricks, and then cracked stone bricks. This is definitely not going to be enough. I have this insane farm I built a couple of 100 days ago that produces 120,000 cobblestone per hour. That's so much that I might explode just thinking about it. Okay, if we flick this, yes! There we go, it's producing cobblestone. Let's just sit and wait for a few minutes to get enough. Here we are. As you can see, there's quite a bit of cobblestone, but now I need to cook it and turn all of it into normal stone. As you can imagine, that's not going to be easy to cook 100,000 stone, but fortunately I have a super smelter inside of the Ocean Monument base. Boom, bada bam. I got a load of stone. Let's turn these bricks into stone bricks and then cook those. Here we are, we got a ton of stone and bricks. I just started working on the first couple blocks, and as you can see, these blocks are pretty randomized. That's because I'm placing the blocks while spinning my mouse really fast. These phantoms won't leave me alone, and before you guys tell me to sleep in the comments, I refuse to sleep, because I want my phantom statistics to be extremely high. I've spent the past 6 hours building just the walls up, and I've already gone through 30,000 blocks. What have I gotten myself into? We just need to do the higher part of the castle and add some walls, blocks here, and done. Sweet, the first step with the castle is done. It's pretty basic, so now we're gonna work on the detailing. After traveling to my villagers and robbing them for cheap trades, I enchanted myself with a couple of pickaxes and went to the nether. Yes, there's the fortress I need. I just love that beacons can go through bedrock. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so I decided to use nether bricks for the castle. There isn't a great way of farming them, so we got a bunch of bricks. Now we need some andesite. Ladies and gentlemen, diorite officially has a purpose. I just found out that you can craft 2 cobblestone and 2 diorite to craft 4 andesite. Now I wish I hadn't thrown all my diorite out before. Goodbye, filthy diorite. Well, now after several hours of collecting these blocks, I kind of wasted even more time to figure out some designs for the roof of the castle. Here we are, we're now 15 hours into this project and got a fancy roof. There's just one more thing I need, and those are dragon eggs. You heard me right. I want hundreds of dragon eggs. Just trust me on this one, they'll look really cool. But the bigger problem is how we're going to even get them. So after doing some research, I saw that I needed a stronghold. Here we go, let's power this thing. Okay, now we need to apparently break these guys. So this is day 1, hour 0 of mining this block. Bruh. I'm just kidding. We need some mushrooms. Please don't ruin anything. Yes! Only 3 more times. Okay, now let's build the farm itself. I just finished. I only have 1 dragon egg. So if this fails, then it's lost forever. Yay, we got a bunch of these eggs. I placed some of the eggs on the highest points of the roof that I had made, only to realize that the edges were kind of plain. Let's try adding some nether brick fences and iron bars. The big reveal? Wow, that looks so sick. Just imagine when we copy this design over the entire castle. Although, if I'm gonna be using these bricks, I think I need a better way to farm them. Let's create a quarry. Right here looks fine. I have a couple of shulker boxes, and this pickaxe is gonna be destroyed. But I just need a buttload of netherrack. All that's left to do is to cook all of these blocks. Not all these blocks are done, but let's go ahead and use what we got. It turns out that I needed around 8,000 nether bricks. That's kind of a lot to place. Well, there's a problem. My super smelter doesn't seem to be working. Oh, I ran out of fuel. I think that means I'm gonna have to run to my wither skeleton farm and gather some fuel. Okay, now if we load this into the smelter, everything should be good. I got back to work on the roofs and... So this is taking a while longer than I expected. I'm getting kind of bored. So I think I'm gonna change things up and we're gonna start working on the towers as well. I'm using spruce logs for the pillars of the roofs, and all in all, it's looking pretty good. Now I want to pause here and do one thing. But first, let's grab some hoppers and some anvils. And in 3, 2, 1, we got ourselves a cool little, big gate. Perfect. Now let's get the lower parts of the roofs done, and we should start coming up with a plan for the upper sections. Yeah, this whole area is kind of plain. I think we should copy the tower designs like so, and maybe add a sort of ring-like roof around these 2 towers. How's that? I'm also going to quickly add some railings around the whole castle to make sure we don't, well, slip. Perfect. We're gonna leave the roof clear for now because in the future I plan on building a massive dragon attacking the castle. So guys, we have a little dilemma. The front looks meh. Maybe if we add some cobblestone and then some iron bars. Yes! Also, how about a platform above the entrance? Speaking of the entrance, let's get some big doors in. Okay, now around this area. I think we should use some spruce logs and stone to create an elevated walkway. Guys, I ran out of logs. Oh no, I forgot my tree farm exploded. How about instead we create a mega tree like this? And then I can get some TNT right here. And yeah, this isn't the best, obviously, but it's not bad. There, we got quite a few stacks. Now it's time to get back working on those platforms again. Yeah, so I may have gotten a little carried away, and I made this area look really cool. Along the way, somehow a phantom got stuck in this boat, so I guess he's gonna stay there forever. Next, I plan to divide this whole area into 2 sections by building a big wall. Here's some cool scaffolding. Dude, this is looking so sick, but not so much this area. Let's begin by changing the floor to something a little better. I want to keep it pretty gray to match the castle. What if we use stone, andesite, cobble, and dead coral? Okay, so to get coral, I need to find a reef. And get a beacon. Okay, now I should be able to mine this stuff pretty quickly. If we just boat around, nice, we definitely got enough now. Okay, I also think maybe we should add some pathways in this area to make it look better. These pathways definitely don't work. Yes! Okay, great, this area is looking pretty fancy. I think now we should fill it out. I'm gonna start with a fountain. Oh, that looks so good. Now, these 3 buildings, I hope, make this empty area feel better. I think we should build a barracks over here for the army of this empire. Maybe over here we can put a stables for the horses that the king might own. And yeah, over here, how about a house for the guests who come to the kingdom? The barracks, we're definitely going to keep it simple and match it to the rest of the castle, but I think we should use a different block for the roof. How about red nether brick? What do we need for red nether bricks? Ah, why are these so expensive? Okay, so I got Pooper Scooper Jr. here, and on it there's Fortune 3. Now I think if I mine this nether wart field I made here, yes, I got quite a bit of warts. That is not a sentence I want used out of context. Okay, next we'll use our nether bricks to create red bricks. All right, I feel like it's time to start placing the roof. Okay, there's definitely nothing quick about this. Nice, this place looks awesome. Just one more thing, I want to try to make a sword on the front. That kind of looks like a sword. Yeah, that should work fine. Now, I'd like to make a stable for the horses that I definitely have. All right, for the inside area, I want to put a place to keep the horses, and then maybe over here we can do something where they have like rodeos. Okay, then finally, I'm going to build a house over here. This looks somewhat okay. Let me just get some details. Wow, this area is really coming along. We just have 2 more things that I want to do to finish this castle. I want to first make this area full of life. I had this cool thought of making it almost like a market. How about we start by building a couple of market stands out here? I realized I need some wool. Fortunately, we got this crazy wool farm. Now let's build these things. I think those definitely work. Next, I'm gonna build a couple of carts and wagons full of barrels and food. This whole area looks pretty great, except for over there. So a little backstory, you know how villagers are kind of horrible? And you know how old kingdoms had a place to, well, like, eliminate horrible people? Well, how's this? If you're wondering what his crime was, he, didn't say good morning. That now concludes the entire front part of the castle, and I gotta admit, this is probably my best build ever. But there's a problem. I said the front part. This back looks kind of poop, and I'm not gonna pull a Grian on you guys, so give me just a minute to fix this. And with this block, we are officially finished with the entire castle. With all of my hard work put into the castle, I felt like I deserved a break from the island. So I put the project on hold and began work on a much more massive project. I'm going to build a beacon larger than anyone has ever done. This is by far the biggest and most insane project I've ever done, taking hours of planning, scouting, and dedication. Make sure to stick around for the whole video. It took me over 100 hours to make, and I promise you'll enjoy it. This project is going to require a lot of planning, so let's begin with the first step, planning the beacon. The current world record is held by Shulkercraft,
They built a beacon in their survival series that has a base of 384 by 384 blocks, consisting of exactly 148,225 blocks of emeralds. That is not going to be an easy record to beat. Well guys, here we are. I have literally no clue how to begin this project. I suppose we should do some research. I spent a few minutes looking up how to get large amounts of emeralds when I landed on a stacking raid farm by Cow King. Apparently, it can make about 60,000 emeralds in 1.18 Minecraft. Guys, this farm looks really good. The only issue is to build it. I need a huge list of items. So the first item on the list is glass. The nice thing is that I have a villager trading hall with lots of villagers that sell glass for really cheap. Next up, I need some hoppers, approximately 344 of them. Each hopper uses 5 pieces of iron, so that means I need 1,720 iron ingots. Iron will be really easy to get because I have an iron farm made by Nembong that produces 9,000 iron per hour. With just a few minutes of work, everyone, we now have all the hoppers. The rest of the farm's materials are going to be pretty easy to collect. Here is everything needed to build the farm. The next step is, well, to build the farm. I did some research and arrived at a problem. Look at the amount of redstone in this machine. There is just no way I can build this without a tutorial. And to make matters worse, there literally isn't a single tutorial on the internet for this farm. That didn't set me back, however. I quickly found that by using a mod called Lightmatica, I could easily build the farm. Lightmatica works almost like a Lego set. If you've ever built a Lego set, you'll know that you build it layer by layer with the instructions telling you exactly where to place the Legos. And that's pretty much how Lightmatica works. You build it layer by layer, following the instructions. This is literally the exact thing I needed. Here we are, guys. I just lined up the hologram of the farm to the correct location, and all I need to do from here is to build it. By using Lightmatica, the farm took about 5 hours to create. However, I did run into some issues. Okay, apparently there are some blocks that are placed incorrectly somewhere in the storage system. I need to find a way to fix them. Now, if I break this block, hopefully nothing goes wrong. All right, good. Now what about this one? No, what did I do? After clearly having a lot of fun building the farm, I had placed all of the blocks and had to do one more thing to get it working. I needed to collect 4 villagers and to put them into pods, as well as to find evokers, name tag them, and then put them into their correct locations. Well, I'm not too worried about the villagers. As long as we can get them into boats and then move them to the ocean, the rest should be pretty easy. I have 4 villagers here. All we need to do is to get them into the correct locations. I'm going to build a water tower that will lift the villagers upwards. Here goes the first one. Please don't die. Oh gosh, get in. All right, great. Only 3 more to go. Here you go. 2 more. 1 more. Oh, shoot. What did I do? No. My villager died. After getting another villager and making sure everything was correct, I only needed to get the evokers. So guys, my plan is to fly to this pillager outpost and get a level 5 bad omen effect. Here we are. Now that I have the effect, I need to find the village to start a raid. I'm pretty sure the same villages before will work. Yes, we got the first wave spawning in. Perfect. Do you guys see that over there? That's an evoker. We need to get him into a boat. Ayo, buddy, get in. I have candy.
Hey, yo, what the?
Alright, good. Make sure that we have our chest plate on and let's move to the water. My goodness, these Vexes hurt. After I had gotten the evoker to an island, I created a huge railway. Okay, now let's just move this guy onto the rail and we should be all good. Just to make one thing clear, I was not good. I found out the hard way that when there are a lot of Vexes, things can go downhill very quickly. Oh my gosh, my heart is racing. That could have been the end of our world. After learning my lesson, I decided to be very cautious. Yes, that's the first one. Let me go ahead and get the next 3 in. After just a few hours of moving evokers and fighting raids, I was almost ready to test the farm. We just need some shulker boxes to put into this system. If I'm not deceived, yes, we have a ton of shulker shells. This will definitely make enough boxes. It didn't. And now I think for real, it's time to test our farm. I have less than 100 levels and it's 8 p.m. on Friday night. I'm gonna watch this farm run and if it goes well, then I'm gonna let it go overnight. Let's just hope that nothing goes wrong. For Fortunately, everything went well, or so I thought. Well, it appears that from just that one night, I made over 400,000 emeralds. The issue is that I'm almost out of shulker boxes. I'm going to stock this machine with so many shulker boxes that there is no way I can run out. I ran out. It's now the next day, and what do you know? I have about 700 shulkers of emeralds. I also ran out of boxes again. Let me just make sure that we will definitely have enough. Yes, we did this time. Perfect, everyone. After another day of waiting, I now have all the emeralds I'll need. I collected just over 1,300 shulker boxes full of emeralds. It took just over 40 hours of AFKing to collect. But once we finish this beacon, it will be 100% worth it. I have been dreading this part. I gotta craft over 2.2 million emeralds into blocks. What better way than to start? This time lapse you're watching took me over 4.5 hours. That's how long it took me to craft all of these blocks. I figured out a fast method of crafting where I would throw a bunch of emeralds onto the ground and then craft them all up at once. Once I was finished, I was left with nearly 3 double chests full of shulker boxes full of blocks of emeralds, or just over 250,000 blocks. Now that I had just over 250,000 emeralds, it was time for the hardest part, to actually build it. But this wasn't as simple as just starting. This beacon is gonna be a big boy, and it's gonna need the perfect location. Guys, I did some planning. I think it would be cool to make the beacon 501 by 501 blocks wide on the lowest layer. I think the ocean will be the perfect place to build this because of how open it is. This area actually looks perfect. It's completely open, which means I shouldn't have to remove any land. Well, here comes the fun part. We just gotta begin. As I had previously mentioned, the base of the beacon was 501 by 501. This means that just for the lowest layer, I have to use 2,002 blocks of emeralds. It's official! The first layer is done. Now before I move on, I want to run back to my iron farm and get tons of iron blocks. I'll tell you why in just a moment. Now, I need about 32 nether stars. I may or may not have fought 11 withers at once 3 times in a row. Okay, now I need to turn all of these into beacons, just like that. Back to the build, the reason I need all these beacons is that by placing them around the edge, I can power them with the speed effect. This means that when I'm walking backwards placing the blocks, I will be moving much quicker. I think the only thing to do from here is to begin work on the first side. Here we are, after about 4 hours of placing blocks. That is actually unbelievable. Can you believe that that is only 10% of the entire build? It's day 2, everyone. I plan to finish this whole side by the end of the day. Building the beacon was pretty repetitive, but the worst part about it was that I was constantly being attacked by phantoms. Oh my gosh, it's another round of phantoms. However, after another 3 hours of work, I was on the last couple of rows. Oh my goodness, everyone. I'm nearly done. I feel like my finger is gonna die. Yes, I can go to bed now. Day 3, I began very eagerly. The first couple of rows were the exact same, and after much work and time, I was finally at the point of 100,000 blocks placed. Remember, the previous record by Shulkercraft is 148,225 blocks. We're not even halfway finished, and we're about to beat that. I'll admit, I'm beginning to get a bit tired of this build, and I was thinking about something. Look at this. The beacon starts at sea level, or y equals 63. If we fly to the top, you can see that it ends at y equals 313. The new build limit in 1.18 is 320. So what if I just add a couple extra layers so that it ends at max build height? This way, if I ever decide to make the beacon larger, the only possible way to do it is to make it go into the ground. I added a couple more layers onto each side, and by the end of day 4, I had the first 2 sides finished, spanning 515 by 515 blocks in each direction. What I didn't realize is that by expanding the beacon, I created a huge problem for later on. It's day 5 of building the beacon, guys. I think I'm gonna just listen to my audiobook and grind out a bunch of layers. I ended up placing a total of 200,000 blocks by the end of the third side. But now the issue from before was really arising. Guys, look at my day count. We're getting kind of close to 6,500 days, and I plan on making a video to celebrate it. The issue is I need to put this beacon in the video, and if I don't finish, I can't. To make matters worse, because I expanded the beacon base before, I no longer will have enough emerald blocks to finish. This means I need to spend a couple of hours at the raid farm to get the required materials. Okay, it's been a few hours. I definitely have enough emeralds to finish, but I won't bother crafting them until I run out of the ones I already have. So let's get back to the building. The fourth side of the beacon took the longest, but it was also the most satisfying. I couldn't help but look at the work periodically. The insane thing was now that I was on day 6,499 and I had run out of emeralds. If I wanted to finish the beacon in time, it would be a close call. I am really stressing out. I just need to craft these blocks, but it's taking a long time because I'm literally shaking. This needs to get done in the next 20 minutes. Okay, calm down and just place the blocks. There it is. The sun is rising. We have just until the end of the day to finish. And guys, this is it. The final row. The sun has still a few minutes. The last block. It's done. Yeah. Well, after 100 hours of work, I had set the new world record for the largest beacon with exactly 265,299 blocks of emeralds in it. I did it all in hardcore, which made things even more insane. But all in all, I'm proud that with lots of hard work and determination, the largest ever beacon was set. Well, the beacon is done. However, I sort of want to go for another world record, so how about we collect some diamonds? Today, I'm going to tell you the entire story of how I spent over 2 years of my life attempting to set a world record. Watch how I created a 40 million block perimeter, collected over 15,000 diamonds, and found myself several enchanted golden apples, all while doing it in hardcore Minecraft. Just before we get into the video, I want to tell you about a goal of mine. I really want to be sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, just for the memes. I don't even care about the money, I just need this sponsorship. However, I got a comment saying that they won't allow me a sponsorship until I reach 500,000 subscribers. Please help me complete this really weird goal of mine by clicking the subscribe button, and let's make this sponsorship happen. So I tried finding who had the current world record for the most diamonds in a single world. The most I could find were a few people who had each built a couple diamond beacons, with over 1,400 diamonds. With a little more research, I found a server called Psycraft that had over 100,000 diamonds. However, Psycraft is a survival world with many players contributing to that record, so I plan on doing this by myself in a single player world while also in hardcore. So I suppose let's just collect as many diamonds as we can and hopefully we can beat the record. I did some calculations. In the old 1.16 Minecraft update, diamonds could spawn anywhere from y equals 0 to y equals 16, and in the new 1.18 update they spawn from y15 to y negative 63. This means that if I find somewhere older in my world to mine all of my diamonds, I will get extra diamonds because the two updates of diamonds overlap. I also heard somewhere that diamonds spawn more often in a desert biome. I don't think that's quite true. However, let's just do our mining in the desert just in case. Now everyone, here is the desert I found. I don't really know how to do it, but I'd like to clear this land in maybe a 400 by 400 block squared bedrock. Let me just do some math on that real quick. Oh my goodness. That would be over 20 million blocks. To understand the true scale of how much that is, let's say I mined 1 block a second without sleeping until I finished. That would take just over 33 weeks of real life time to complete. That shouldn't be too bad because I already spend that much time watching Peppa Pig. Okay, well in all seriousness, if I decide to mine this area, I would probably have to drop out of school to do it. To make matters worse, I need to finish this project in 3 weeks. I have a vacation coming up, and if it's not done by then, the video has to be scrapped. Well, if mining this area isn't an option, what else can we try? Perhaps withers? No, 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 no. These guys are way too dangerous. Okay, TNT is going to be the next best thing. Rather than literally placing millions of blocks of TNT, we can use TNT machines that literally drop an infinite amount of TNT. I quickly found this machine here. It's a design by Rayworks that moves back and forth, dropping TNT each way. By using this machine, we can drop over 10,000 TNT on the land per hour. Now, there is another problem with this. I used this machine once before to clear out my slime farm, and the big problem I was running into was the lava in the water. The slime farm took me roughly 40 hours to create, and this area here is over 5 times as large, which means that even using TNT would take 200 hours. Now let's be honest, this is much better on time, but I still don't want to spend 800 in-game days clearing a hole. What if there's a machine that could clear all of the water and lava automatically? And now you're all caught up to the present where I currently am. I just found this crazy machine called a World Eater. This absolute gargantuan piece of machinery can blow up an area 33 by 33 chunks wide, which is just over 35 million blocks in total. The best part about this machine is that it can also clear liquids away as well. Oh, and did I mention that it can get all of this done in about 60 hours? Seriously, that is an insane increase in time, from the original 33 weeks of mining down to just 60 hours. But what I didn't realize is that this machine has one fatal flaw, making it so much harder to build than I expected. Now, how do we build this machine? Well, look at that insane amount of slime blocks. I am so happy that we have this epic slime farm. Honestly, we dodged a bullet there. This one is going to be a little harder. We basically need an entire shulker box of pistons as well as observers. Okay, pistons need redstone, wood, iron, finally cobble. A lot of cobble. Okay, now we just need the observers. These require some quartz, redstone, and more cobble. Perfect! Looking at the rest of these items, I don't think we should have too much trouble gathering them up. Here we are! We got all the materials now and we simply have to build the machine. Let's be honest, building this machine without a tutorial would take weeks. From what I could find, there isn't a great tutorial for this machine, so I think we need to turn to plan B. Lightmatica. Lightmatica is basically a mod that tells you exactly how to place the blocks in the machine layer by layer. I call it the Lego set mod because of how similar it is to building a Lego set by following the steps. I spent the next few hours setting up the machine, and this was actually really satisfying because what should have taken days was condensed into just a matter of hours. Here we are, everyone. I just finished, and now it's time to begin running it. Wait! Pause. Remember how I mentioned that this machine has a huge problem with it? Well, I need to clear trenches around the machine all the way to bedrock. We're gonna call this big machine Dwayne Johnson. Okay. For Dwayne Johnson to work, there can't be blocks underneath the actual redstone. And to make these trenches for Dwayne Johnson, we need to build a smaller flying machine that we can call, I don't know, Tom Cruise. Okay, seriously, out of anyone I could have picked, why did I go with them? So I guess we need to get all the materials for this smaller machine. Actually, this was not that hard to collect because most of the items were repeats from the earlier machine. This is the first machine. Let's go. If I just break this block, it all begins. I'm going to just let this machine run and see how far it goes. Okay, so the machine had a bit of trouble. I just need to clear all the floating blocks away. I also want to try to collect all the ores I can. Yo, we're at diamond level. I'm gonna collect all the diamonds I find and I'll let you know what I get. I just found an enchanted golden apple. Haha, that is number 34 for the collection. Well, anyways, I'll keep going and let you know what happens. As the hours passed, the machine got lower and lower. I also started to get a rather large diamond collection. After the first trench was done, we literally have this many diamonds. The second trench was the same as the first. As I ran into lava pools, I also used a trick discovered by SB737 to clear them away. By placing scaffolding on the ground, it's really easy to clear large amounts of lava away. Well, now that's the second trench done, so I guess we can begin on the third side. Okay, these final two sides need to be much larger. Hopefully this machine will work fine. As the hours passed, my collection of ores grew. However, I ran into a massive issue. Holy piglet in a car on a semi-truck. That is a lot of obsidian. Oh, I have to remove all of it. I also need to get rid of all this water. Bro, why is there all of this lava? No joke, I spent about 12 hours clearing this one area of land. There were about 5,000 water sources, 1,000 obsidian pieces, and 25,000 lava sources. But once I had finished, it was time to continue. Literally, that third side took me about 40 hours. It was one of the most horriblest things I had ever done. But now it was time for the fourth side. As I started the fourth side, I was legitimately worried that it would be the same as the third. However, I simply put in the hours to get it done. Seriously, I watched the movie Interstellar like 10 times while doing this project. By day 7, the 4 trenches were done. I felt so darn good with myself, and in all the time, I managed to collect over 500 diamond ores. Imagine what we are gonna get when we mine all of those with Fortune 3. I had wasted my life in a block game for over 50 hours. Now it was time to run the machine. This was the climax of my journey to this point. This machine needs to work. If it doesn't, I'll probably just give up. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Oh my gosh. Wait, why is it going up again? Why are we lagging so much? Yes, it's working. All of my time had paid off. Now the time to mine all of the diamonds was arriving. Imagine if we found over 500 diamonds in just the trenches. What would we find in an area this large? As the machine worked and lowered down layers and layers, all I had to do was to make sure to pause it whenever it ran into obsidian. Another god apple, number 35. The machine continued, and then the diamonds began to appear. I also decided to download a texture pack that would change the diamond textures into a solid blue to make the diamonds a little easier to find. Oh my goodness, look at all the diamonds on this one layer. I just mined all of them from this one layer and got over 4 stacks. As I worked, I stacked all my diamonds into a tower with cubes made of 1,000 ores each. It was at the point that I had hit 3,000 ores when I found yet another enchanted golden apple. Haha, 36! The days and hours ticked by when I finally finished clearing the land. We just need to manually clear all this lava and then let the machine run a few more times and then tear it all down. And after a few more hours, I had finished. To this point, we had spent 90 hours on the project, and in all of that time had collected exactly 5,694 diamond ores. It was officially time to mine them all with a Fortune 3 pickaxe to see what we would get. Wait just a second. In the past, I mined a lot of diamonds. In fact, just over 3,000 of them. We're gonna add these to the collection. All right, and without further ado, let's do this. I decided to mine all these diamonds while streaming. You won't believe this, but with an efficiency 5 netherite pickaxe and a haste 2 beacon, mining all 5,694 diamond ores took me about an hour and a half. Now the moment had arrived. Over 2 years ago, I started my hardcore world, and in all of that time, managed to collect exactly 15,608 diamonds. Now it was just time to turn all of the diamonds into blocks. And now it's time to build the beacon, setting the record. Wait, what? I don't have enough. How? Well, anyways, as you watch me collect an additional 324 diamonds, let me tell you about the sponsor of the video. This video is sponsored by Me. Me gives you plenty of weekly content from all over the internet. Me has an Instagram and even a Discord. Me also doesn't have a real sponsorship, so I have to do weird things like this. These should now be enough diamonds. And with this block, the new world record has been set. Well, now that I have 2 world records in this world, I have big plans for a future project, and the funny thing is it requires me to go for another world record. This is Aikenwood, my 7,000 day hardcore world. In all of that time, I've done some pretty insane things, and recently I decided that I would travel to the world border over 30 million blocks away. That is going to require a bunch of items, most importantly, paper, gunpowder, elytras, and iron. So today we're going to try to get the first of those items, the paper. I'm going to attempt to set a world record for the largest ever sugarcane farm that can produce over 54,000 sugarcane per hour. Well, first off, we need a design for the farm. There's several types of sugarcane farms. Some use flying machines while others use pistons. Flying machine farms might seem like the better option because they can be expanded infinitely, but when you unload the chunks they can break, and then you need to fix them. Plus the storage would require hundreds of hopper minecarts, and that would just be a nightmare. Because of those reasons, I decided to build a piston-based farm because these will never break and they work very well. After searching the internet for a little while, I found a really compact design by Tango Tech. It's cheap to build, looks really cool, and most importantly, it's expandable. Here is one module, and here is 1,000 modules. This farm here has 16,000 pieces of sugarcane growing and makes about 54,000 sugarcane per hour. Now all we need to do is collect the items and build it. Except there are over 127,000 blocks to collect. Let's begin with the storage. The iStorage, 6 tileable shulker box loading modules. The latest technology provides the solution to the problems you didn't have. With a nearly infinite capacity and lava-based overflow protection, the iStorage is the perfectly efficient device. Reserved only for the elite, this storage is not for the faint of heart.
Get yours today by calling 7189. Side effects of calling this number may include sweating, increased blood pressure, mood changes, anxiety, feeling nervous or irritable, trouble sleeping, headache, dizziness.
After collecting the items for the basic storage, we came to our first real problem, the 23,000 concrete I needed. All right, and here we are. Oh, wait a minute, we have a little. I checked around my world and was able to find shulker boxes full of concrete. Looks like we gotta go to the end to get some concrete powder. If you didn't know, I have a concrete duper in the end that makes collecting the powder really easy. And after getting all 23,000 powder, I took a trip to my concrete converter. Now that the largest item was ticked off of our list, it was time for the next 2 items. At first, 17,850 redstone might seem impossible to collect, but when you remember that I have a raid farm that produces thousands of redstone an hour, collecting that much shouldn't be an issue. While we're here, let's talk about Raid. No, not this one, but Raid Shadow Legends. I am currently not sponsored by them, but you see, for my whole life, I have really wanted to get a sponsorship just for the memes. The issue is, they said that I can't get the sponsorship until we reach 500,000 subscribers, so it would mean so much if you went down below and clicked the subscribe to help us out. Now that we got the redstone, let's work on the grass. Phantoms. And we're gonna see how much we get. In total, mining all of the grass took about 1.5 hours. Cool, now time for the next item, the glass. I need 2 separate types of glass, 9,900 glass panes and 5,443 glass blocks. How much does that mean in total? Yes. I quickly went around and collected all of the glass I already had. After realizing I didn't have enough, I gathered some sand and took a trip to my ocean base where I have an insane super smelter. Now that we got all the glass, we gotta go to the end dimension again to go to our Wither Rose farm. Great, this can be crafted into dye, and then we gotta turn all of this glass into black stained glass. After collecting items for literally hours, I knew I was almost there. First of all, I need some ice. I remembered that once in a stream, I had found a frozen ocean where I had mined a ton of ice. But for the life of me, I could not remember where that ocean was. So I vigorously rewatched the stream and then found the location. Well now, if you remember from earlier, there were 2 more massive items that I needed to collect that were seriously difficult. The first was 18,000 sugarcane, which, like, what the heck? I need a farm to get the sugarcane to make this farm. Putting that aside, the absolute worst item I needed was 17,600 pistons. At first glance, you might not realize why that is so bad. Well, look at the recipe for crafting a single piston. 3 wood, 1 redstone, 1 iron, and 4 cobble. Multiply each of those by 17,600 and you get 52,800 wooden planks, 17,600 redstone, 17,600 iron, and 70,400 cobblestone. Well, world records aren't supposed to be easy. I took a trip to my iron farm to see how much iron I had. Please say we have extra iron. While I was there, I also saw that I had a lot of wood stored up. That checked off the wood required, but I noticed I still didn't have enough iron. I checked my old iron farm and saw that there was a bit more. Then I traveled to the nuclear base and I found some more iron, and that might just be enough. Moving on to the 70,000 cobblestone needed, I made this farm a long time ago. Good thing, because I seem to use it in every single video. This farm produces 120,000 cobble per hour, which means it only needs to run for a few minutes to get enough. After over 10 hours of collecting items, I knew I was almost there. It was just time to craft the pistons. And then we had all of the items, except I didn't tell you there was one final item I left out. 1.3 million honey blocks. Just kidding. I only need 266. Getting that many honey blocks is still pretty challenging because it requires 1,064 honey bottles. I know just what we need, a honey farm. I went over to the nuclear mega base where I previously moved some bees. After getting everything ready, I spent a few days breeding bees and crafting new hives until I had exactly 64 beehives full of 3 bees each. Jeez, that is a lot of beehives. From there, I found a bee farm on the internet and quickly built it. They're all angry with me. No. Oh dear. That could have been a lot worse. Okay, well anyways, it's time to collect a bunch of honey blocks. Now I was ready. I had spent around 15 hours collecting 127,000 items. Now it was time to build the farm. I found a nice area of land in the middle of the desert and then quickly terraformed it into the correct shape. That is the storage completed. Now we gotta build a massive glass wall. Now it's time to move on to the first layer. That took just a couple of seconds for you, but a few hours for me. I can't believe we have to build this 9 more times. Actually, wow, look at how much this is making already. As I built more and more layers, I got better at building each of them and the time went down. I was able to build the 5th layer in 1 hour and 45 minutes. While building this farm, I questioned my life decisions. We can just say that I had a mini midlife crisis. As I got to the final few layers, I decided to live stream the process. And then, after over 15 hours of building, I was down to the final layer. Final few blocks, and then, we don't need to go that high. Here it is, and I'm done. No, man. I was too tired to be excited. It was official. I had set the new world record for the largest ever sugarcane farm. The place produces 54,000 sugarcane per hour, and then it all goes down into this amazing wall of honey, which makes it incredibly satisfying. After that, it's collected and then put into shulker boxes. What did this all cost? About 35 hours of my life, some of my sanity, and 1 Apple commercial. Well, now that I've lost my sanity on the sugarcane project, and I have way more than I can deal with, we need a better place to store all of this than the Alexa storage system. Where did my water go? Oh gosh, is that a dirt block in the wrong section? Well, I guess I need to make a new storage because this one is broken. To understand how long this project took, we need to go all the way back to day 1, where it all began. Well guys, this storage has been awesome to me, but I built it in the spawn chunks and it's really laggy. So I think it's time for us to build a new one. The idea is to have one central chest to put any item in the game into, and then for it to be perfectly sorted. This means I will need to sort over 1,000 different items, have shulker box sorters as well as unloaders and non-stackable item sorters. That's kind of a lot to ask for. Okay, I'm thinking the best way to do this is to go on a separate creative world and design the system. Now I know there are a lot of designs on the internet for storage systems, but the reason I don't just use one of those is that none of them do exactly what I need. Sure, I could probably use parts from some of them, but that's not fun. I gotta create it myself. Well anyways everyone, it has been 1 week. I spent about 30 to 40 hours designing this system, but I'll only give you a 20-second montage of all the pain I went through creating this. Which way does the hopper go? Dude, why are there items coming? No, these are not supposed to come this way. Where are these coming from? Supposed to, oh crap, no. Wait a minute, no, they're getting stuck. Well, here's the hologram for the storage, and just wow, look at the size of this thing. I bet it shouldn't be that hard to build. What I didn't know was that I had about 100 hours of pain coming. Okay, so look at all the blocks we need. First up, we need 27,079 black concrete. That's 423 stacks of concrete, or about 16 shulkers full. And I have 4 stacks. I think my best bet to get that much concrete is to be to use my concrete farm. If I put some concrete powder here, and then flick these. Perfect. Let's just jump through to see that it's working properly. Now I'm gonna wait here for a few days until I have enough. Now that I have enough concrete powder, it's gotta be converted into normal concrete. Let's just go back to the industrial district where I have my concrete converter. Oh, wait a minute, is this thing broken? I think the TNT blew up. Okay, I pretty much have 2 options. I can try to fix this or build a newer, faster design. Obviously, fixing this old one is not even an option, so I decided to build a new concrete converter by Il Mango, and it's actually pretty crazy. But first we gotta get a whole list of items to build it. Concrete, glass, sea lanterns, obsidian, a bunch of redstone stuff, slabs, TNT, fence gates. Okay, now we just gotta build it. Cool, now hopefully it works. And now I have all the concrete required. Let's move on to the next item. Oh man, this is gonna be tricky. I'm gonna basically need 10,000 hoppers. If each hopper is 5 iron in 1 chest, and each chest is 8 wooden planks, then I need 50,000 iron ingots and 80,000 wooden planks. Let's check how much wood we have stored up. Okay then, this is probably going to be enough wood. But as for the iron, it looks like we don't have any. I guess I'm gonna need to AFK at my iron farm. It's been a couple of hours and I think we should have enough iron now. This farm makes about 9,000 iron per hour, so it really wasn't too bad. I guess we should go ahead and craft all the hoppers. Next up, we have a bunch of redstone we need to collect. So I'm hoping we already have some from when I worked on the massive beacon. Oh my, I have been saved. This is gonna be enough to check everything redstone related off of my list. Now we need some chests. This should be enough. I'm also gonna need 3,500 pieces of blue ice. And for that, I'm gonna need to find a frozen ocean biome because there's usually a lot of blue ice there. Finally, I found one. Let me mine a bunch of this stuff. I also need to craft 2,200 sea lanterns, 2,200 emerald blocks, some smooth quartz stairs, smooth stone slabs, soul soil, black stained glass, and honey. And for the honey, I'm gonna need to make a honey farm because I don't have any. That means I'm gonna need some beehives. Now I'm gonna go ahead and just follow this tutorial and build the farm. Perfect, let's just wait here to get some honey. Next, I need some obsidian, slime, composters, and a ton of other blocks that we won't really go into. Oh, did I mention 54 beacons? Now that everything is collected, I think we should create an area to begin sorting all of these items. And it's time to stop putting it off. I need to get building. Now, if you're also wanting to build this storage, there will be a Lightmatica download in the description, but you need to watch the rest of the video to know how to put the items into the storage, or else it won't work. I have been working for a couple of hours now, and I noticed a few problems. This storage is creating a massive shadow over the land beneath, and if any mobs spawn down there, then there's a chance they can pick up some of the items as they flow by in the water streams. The easiest fix to this is to place a bunch of extra sea lanterns on top of the water streams to prevent the mobs from spawning. While we're on the topic of shadows, let's talk about this type of shadow. Let me make it clear that I am not being sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, but if you didn't know, for years now I have wanted to be sponsored by them just for the memes. This person who claims to be Raid Shadow Legends says that they won't sponsor me until the channel reaches 500,000 subscribers. So let's make this dream a reality by clicking the subscribe below. Anyways, now that the shadow problem is fixed, we need to address the fact that all of the hoppers are incorrect. Look at this, these hoppers aren't even connected. That means I'm gonna need to break all of these hoppers and replace them the correct way. Well, now this part will be satisfying because it's only glass. Okay, now I just bumped up the schematic a row and we have arrived at our next issue. Each of these hoppers need to be full of filler items. If I don't put those items in now, then I won't be able to access them later, and it's gonna be a huge disaster. Let's see, so if there are 2,100 different item filters and each filter requires 10 filler items, then that's 21,000 items. What the heck do I even use? Okay, I'm thinking actually slime, and my reasoning for that is that I have this crazy slime farm over here that produces thousands of slime, and I already have all of it that I would need. Now, the next thing is I can't just put these slime balls into the storage because they will sort into the wrong places if they're just normal slime balls. But I'm gonna actually rename all of these things. And a bit of advice if you're gonna build this is name the slime balls number 1 or number 2. The reason for this is that having the short names makes renaming them in an anvil much faster. Well, now I'm done making the slime balls for the first layer. If my calculations are correct, I will be spending about 330 XP levels just renaming all of the slime. Now I need to put all of the slime into the hoppers. I have finished the first of the item sorters, and now it's time to move on. It looks like a lot of water needs to go on this layer. I basically just followed the layers on the schematic as they told me. It wasn't too difficult until I noticed that a block was missing. I was right up here and I looked over there and there's a missing slime block. Now, that's not too big of a deal, but I'm more worried that I might have forgotten something else somewhere else. The only thing I can do is just hope that I did everything perfectly. Spoiler alert, I didn't. Time for the second round of slime balls. But just when I thought I was almost done, I realized something horrible. Okay, so when I was creating the storage on a creative world, I thought it would be really cool to put water traveling tubes to get around quickly. These require dolphins, and if you didn't know, I am currently here. The dolphins are here. That is a gap of over 500 blocks. I did see a trick. Let's place some scaffolding over here in the water. Now I can use this lead to grab a dolphin. Nice, let's bring him to the scaffolding. Now splash the dolphin with some water breathing so he doesn't die. Oh my gosh, I actually didn't expect this to work. As long as we don't use any fireworks, he shouldn't die. Okay, now the tricky part is landing the dolphin in the water. Attempt 2. Perfect. Let me repeat this a few more times. I probably should have tested this before, but how fast do we go? Oh my, that is actually insane. All right, I am on the final couple of layers. Time to place all of the beacons on top. Now that I was finished with building the storage, I thought that I had done the hardest part, except now I needed to collect 2 of every single item in the game. That includes the most difficult ones, such as blocks of netherite, enchanted golden apples, tall grass, and large ferns. I found that the best way to collect all of the items was to first create a creative world with every single item in the game placed on the ground. Then as you collect the items, you break the ones you have already done, and you repeat until you've done everything. All right, blocks of netherite. This should be fun. Now I'm gonna need some tall grass and large ferns. If you didn't know, you can't just shear the grass, it will only give you the normal versions. To get the actual item, you need to go to Spruce and Savannah villages and check every single chest. Every village has a very small chance of actually having the items inside of them. Oh my gosh, finally! I spent hours looking for those. Next up, we need deep slate emerald ores. I've heard that these are really rare, although I think I have a method of finding these that should make it a bit easier. First, I'm gonna need some TNT. Okay, next we need to go to some 1.17 chunks. Because I started my world on 1.16 and updated through the versions, the chunks from each update should still be there. Okay, I think these are 1.17 chunks. Now look at the biome. This is the only biome that emeralds spawn in. And because we're in the 1.17 chunks, emerald ores spawn much more commonly, meaning all I should do is place some TNT and hope for the best. There's our first. That wasn't even that hard. There's the second. Hey, and why not get a third for good luck? I now need all of the types of dyes. Now all types of glass variants. All the wools, all the candles, all the banners, the terracottas, glazed terracottas. Geez, you tired yet? Time for all of the plants, time for everything redstone, all of the mob drops, every type of wood. Okay, I think I got everything. Oh wait, I still need dirt. That took me about 15 hours. Now that everything's here, I need to make a decision. These diagonal sorters are amazing and all, but they're slow. I think I would like to start sorting the items on the normal hallways, and then anything extra I'll put onto the diagonals afterwards. So what would be the best way of sorting 1,000 items perfectly? What if I take all of the woods and just place them in the spots first, and then worry about the item filters after? Okay, that wasn't actually too bad. I also put the items we've already done into separate shulker boxes to make sure that they stay sorted. I guess I need to do this 847 more times. And done. Not quite actually. Now I need to put all of these items into the filters or else they won't actually sort properly. I think the best way to do this will be to do one row at a time. Here, let's get this full row of items. Now I think they're also sorted into the proper order. Perfect. Now I'm gonna just go outside and place these into the backs of the filters of the hoppers. Well, that's one side done. I gotta do this 17 more times. I guess if I were to put any of these items into the system, they should now sort properly. I just have to sort the other two sides as well. I have all of the items in the correct order. I honestly thought this would take a lot longer. You know, this is true dedication. I collected every potion tip arrow that exists. This required brewing hundreds of potions and combining the right ingredients to make all of these. Oh my gosh. Let's go. After 150 hours of planning and building the storage system, I had finished just like that. But now there was one more thing to do. I needed to test it. I have all of the extra items from building the storage. If everything works correctly, I should be able to put these items into the center and it should all get perfectly sorted. The moment of truth. Flick this lever. I'm gonna let this run for a half an hour and see if everything sorts. It has been half an hour. I really hope it worked. Okay, everything went correct. There should be only shulker boxes in this chest. If there are any other items in here, then it's broken. 3, 2, 1. Are you kidding me? Geez, that storage is quite something. How about we take a break from this and begin work on my mega plans for the end dimension? I'm gonna be building a huge project in the end. The stronghold is absolutely disgusting. I'm gonna give it a little makeover. First off, the plan. I'm gonna create a massive crater around the end portal. After that, I'm gonna build 16 custom biomes surrounding it. And on top of all of it, there will be a main feature of the entire build. But I'm gonna leave that part a surprise for now. To start things off, I'm at the stronghold I'd like to transform. At one point, I wanted to turn this into a massive map room, but that's way too laggy. So first of all of these maps gotta go. I could just break these by hand, but I think I have a better idea. This is gonna include some TNT, and let's just light this up. quite satisfying. Now that the maps are gone, we should go up here and begin with the outline of the crater. That's the center point, so I'm going to count out 34 blocks on every single side. I can now connect all of these sides, making a circle. Now it's correct and we got the first circle. So next up, this water here, it's gotta go. I think the best way to do this is gonna be sponges. Rather than just spamming them everywhere, we should create rows of sand to stay more organized. And then if I just go here, place sponges on the walls, that's our first row fully drained. Now I'm gonna go ahead and do the rest of them. I just ran out of sponges. But I think if I go to the nether and place them, nice, they actually get dried, so... Okay then, so all of the water is gone. It's time to clear all the blocks around the portal. I want to clear about 64 blocks below the portal and 34 around. The math for that adds up to about 350,000 blocks that have to go. I think instead of mining the blocks, I should use TNT. Let's check the raid farm to see if there's any gunpowder. There's definitely enough gunpowder here. Now, what about the sand? I don't know if this is going to be enough sand, but how about we just craft it up anyways? I now have over 4,000 pieces of TNT, but before we explode it, I gotta mine this stone down to make room for all of it. Just before we place the TNT, I want to cover the portal in obsidian. I'm worried that when the TNT explodes, some of it will go to the end, and if I were to ever enter, then there would be immediate death. So... Great, I think I'm ready to start placing the TNT. Well then, I suppose I just need to light a single piece, and... Wow, this hole is pretty massive. However, there are still some parts sticking out, so let me just mine these away and then we'll be all good. Now that the lower part is mostly cleared, I want to start mining this mountain down. Let me just grab a beacon. Oh, this is gonna take a while. I got it to this first checkpoint. I think from here it would be cool if we moved the hole in 5 blocks all around. I've gone through like 15 pickaxes now, but this should be it for the second section. This was what the hole looked like before, and this is it now. The crazy thing is we're just getting started. I have so much more planned, and it all begins with the glowing magma at the bottom. To make this magma, we first need to turn this hole into a bowl. This is 8 blocks deep, hopefully that's enough. The lowest layer needs to be completely full with lava. That's about half. And done. That looks cool by itself, but now I want to get the glass in. Do I have any stored already? No. Then I guess we're gonna go to my villager trading hall. I'll use these emeralds here to buy a bunch of glass from all of these villagers. This should be enough. Now we're gonna need to get a bunch of purple and magenta dye, lapis, poppies, blue dye, red dye, purple dye, bones, bone meal, white dye, and magenta dye. Now I can go ahead and craft a bunch of this glass. Then it's just gotta be placed. By placing the glass in layers, we're starting to get this really cool glowing effect. But I gotta give credit where it's due, so thanks to Sandiction for this idea. Holy moly, that looks sick. Next up, I'd like to divide this pit into 16 sections. We can go ahead and use this black concrete to create 8 dividers. Now that those are in, we should go ahead and do the middle sections. And for this, they won't just be by layers, but instead we're going to create larger and smaller areas like this. The plan will be to put a custom biome into each of these areas. I guess it's time to start. I think the first biome is going to be a jungle. We need to first get some jungle saplings. It appears that I only have 2. Okay then, let's get some bone meal and try to multiply these. I'll chop the wood and hope to get extra saplings. To begin building the biome, I'd like to first get grass down here. Now I would like to build a custom jungle temple. I'm gonna need some cobblestone, vines, and then mossy cobblestone. Finally, I'm gonna just follow a picture of what the jungle temple looks like. There we go, that looks pretty cool. Next, the trees gotta go in. Why won't this one grow? Oh, I gotta break the blocks around it first. Perfect. Okay, now how about some leaves? Maybe a waterfall? That back looks pretty flat. Let's get some dirt in, stone, cobblestone, Yeah, that looks good. Next, some vines and lanterns. Maybe moss? Honestly, this biome looks pretty cool. I think we can move on to the next. The next biome is going to be ice spikes. I'm gonna need to first get some ice, some snow, and dripstone spikes. First of all, let's cover the ground in snow layers. Now it's time to create the first ice spike. They seem to be like a plus shape. Now we have this pointy shape at the top. Finally, I can fly with the elytra while placing the ice to get these gaps. And that looks pretty cool. I suppose we gotta get a few more now. Now that the ice spikes are done, I kinda wanna come in here and get some extra snow to touch up the area. Finally, I think we should use some dripstone spikes around here. Cool then, that's 2 biomes finished, and now we can move on to the Mega Taiga biome. For this one, I will need podzol and spruce saplings. Replace the floor, saplings. If you've ever seen one of these biomes, they usually have some mossy cobble on the ground, as well as this background is kind of gross. That corner feels kind of bland. Maybe we should add some sort of floating house thingy. I'm gonna need a lot of different spruce wood types. Okay then, how about we start making the house? I think we'll bring some pillars here, then a roof, finally a floor and a door. You ready for more? This one's gonna be a mini end city. We're gonna need a lot of materials for this. Well, that's convenient. I can just use the portal here to get into the end. I'm gonna need a lot of this end stone, so that should be enough. Now I wanna go through one of these portals here and try to find an end city. Okay, that was pretty fast. If I land here, then I can just mine this. Wait, I forgot a beacon. Okay, now I'm gonna mine this entire city down. Definitely didn't need to mine the entire thing, but it looked so much cooler. Anyways, now we can get building. First off, I want to replace the entire background with end stone. Now that this is done, I'm going to once again look at another photo of an end city. Wait, that's not right. There we go. And the city is done. Now I want to go in and place some of these chorus flowers. And now that our 4 biggest biomes are done, let's actually move on to some of the smaller ones. First up, we have the mushroom biome. This is gonna require some mycelium, mushrooms, and bone meal. Let's place some mushrooms down. Yeah, I like those. Then we just need to change the walls. Finally, it would be cool to add some wall mushrooms. This one is gonna be a nether fortress biome. Wait, does that count as a biome? I'm gonna need a lot of nether bricks to make this one. Go away, wither skeleton. Oh, he dropped a skull. Now we gotta look at how a fortress looks. I think if I place some blocks here, yeah, that looks good. How about adding a back room? That's pretty good. And because this is a soul sand valley as well, let's add some skeletons in here. Okay, that's pretty cool. Last, I want to light up this netherrack on fire and make it look nethery. Before we leave the nether, let's do the warped forest. For this one, I'll need some warped mushrooms. And this warped block here, I think if I used bone meal, this should spread, right? Oh yeah, that's pretty sweet. Now I want to grow some of these mushrooms to make trees here. I'm gonna mine a tunnel here to make something really cool. All of this stone needs to become netherrack. Now there's a secret pathway to the top. Wait, what about adding ores? What is that? I think this is from a really long time ago, but hey, it works. All right, this should be enough. I'll place these on the other nether biome as well. That looks so much better. I was not really sure if these biomes would look cool, but they definitely do. For the next biome, I want to try to remake a desert. I think it would be really cool to make a desert temple inside of it. Let's start with some sand. Then how does this front side go? That looks really cool. Now I'm gonna place some dead bushes and cacti in front. How about a waterfall as well? If this is the 8th biome finished, then we're halfway done. Oh man, I cannot wait for the top part. That will be so epic. This one is going to be a snowy forest. I think it needs a ledge here. Now some trees and snow. Maybe some coal in the wall to make it look like a mountain. The next one is gonna be a mesa, and I'm gonna need to get some terracotta. Okay, and through this portal, there should be a mesa. So then let's use this beacon to mine a ton of different terracotta colors. Oh, what if I made a mine shaft in the mesa? That would actually be really cool. Let's begin with some basic layers. Now if I mine into the mountain, we can actually place some wood to make a mine shaft. Every mine shaft has a chest, and inside of the chest, I'm gonna put something really cursed. Let me know in the comments if you know how to get this double book, because it's not supposed to be possible. Moving into the next biome, we're gonna build a basalt deltas. That means I'm gonna need some basalt. So these biomes are usually kind of pointy, and they have lots of magma and lava. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Over here, I want to make a plains biome, but I'm actually going to try to put a pillager outpost inside of it. I think that looks pretty good for the background. Now I want to get the blocks for the outpost. These structures are kind of complicated, so I'm gonna have to be careful to not mess anything up. Okay, that looks pretty good. Wait, something's not right. Perfect. Now I want to add some trees and grass on top. What if I add some logs in this mountain? Thought it would be pretty cool to have a moving minecart forever here. Honestly, I'm pretty satisfied with what we got. This biome is gonna be a red nether biome. It's exactly like the blue one, but red. So here's some of the trees. Let's bone meal this whole area, add some ores. How about a lava waterfall? Wait, I just realized that doesn't make any sense. These are beginning to look really good. Over here, I want to do something unique. I was thinking an ocean monument, except it's going to be mini. We're going to need a lot of prismarine. Now, this wall needs to be pushed back. And then I'm going to follow this image I found for a mini ocean monument. I wasn't actually going to make this underwater, so I can't do the typical seagrass and coral. Unless, what if I place water here and waterlog? Will this coral dry out? I think we're good. Now, I want to place some really tall sugarcane to make it look like it's seagrass. Finally, adding some pickles should finish the biome. This one over here is going to be a massive geode, so I'll collect all the items for it. I'm pretty sure the easiest way to find a geode is to go over the ocean and look for them. That was like 3 minutes. Okay, now let's place some of the smooth basalt around the edges of this block. Geodes usually have calcite next. Oh wait, this needs to go. And then let me just fill in all of this with amethyst. Finally, there's only one more biome, and I wanted to save this one for last because it's gonna be the best biome, the pizza biome. I'm not even kidding. So for the crust of this biome, let's get some brown mushroom blocks, then yellow wool, honey, yellow glazed terracotta, and red glazed terracotta. Now it's time to get building. Time for the pepperonis. Oh yes, we need some of this yellow gooey stuff. Finally, pineapple. Yes, it does belong on pizza. If you remember before the biomes, we had this, but now all 16 biomes are finished. However, I'm only done with part 1 of the build. Now it's time to transform the actual end portal. To start things off, I want to place blocks around the portal itself to make it look a bit cooler. Okay, this looks cool. Now I want to make a drop platform above so you fall into the portal. Yeah, this should work. For this next part, I want to create a double spiral. So first we are gonna need a lot more sea lanterns. Yeah, that might be enough. At this point, I've learned to stop saying I'll have enough because I never do. Now I can follow this pattern all the way up to our nether portals. Okay, now if we go back to using the purple and magenta glass, we can cover these spirals and make them look a lot cooler. Wow, I'm really starting to like the vibe from this. However, what I'm about to do is either gonna look really cool or terrible. First of all, let's see how much obsidian I have. This might actually be enough. Okay, then I want to start by creating an obsidian line. And now let's fill in these sides to make a spike pointing into the nether portals. I can't tell if this is gonna look good. The problem is that if these don't work, then removing them will be horrible. I spent about 2 hours placing several of these spikes until I felt I was happy. These spikes are still looking kinda weird, but how about we get the top part of this done? I'm gonna go ahead and count out some glass. Now that this is in, I want to expand this out with concrete. What about an extra ring of sea lanterns? Now I would like to bring these walls up to make this platform look like a massive donut. That doesn't look perfect, but I'm gonna move on for now. The idea is that these are lightning bolts and that the lightning will be coming from a Tesla coil. And that's what's keeping all these obsidian spikes floating. So then this lightning needs to connect up. I think that's a good rough design for the lightning, but now I gotta go ahead and cover it in glass. There we go, this build is nearly done. I was thinking that I wanna add some concrete rings around the donut to make it look a little cooler. Yep, that looks pretty good. Well then, there's only one more thing to do. I wanna add one final massive floating ring around this base. While I build this, would you be able to take the quick second to go down and subscribe? It would mean so much to me as that we're getting really close to 200,000 subscribers. Now I would like to break this and replace it with obsidian. Okay then, for the spikes of this ring, I'm gonna need more obsidian. I guess we'll just create an outline. And then gotta fill this all in. There is one spike finished, 3 to go, 2 to go, 1 more, done with the top part, and now the bottom spikes. Oh man, these are kind of tricky to place. This water and dirt is really helping. I know I said we were done, but I quickly want to get some beacons around this entire build. This is the final block. I am done with the entire end portal transformation. We've all 16 biomes below, and then the spikes. Lightning and rings. And then if we go into the end, all we have to do is drop through here and... No! Okay, I'm gonna be honest, that TNT was a joke. I didn't die there. But now that we're in the end, how about we begin working on making this place look better? My end dimension is sickening. I literally have no clue how it got this bad. But today we're gonna transform it into the entire universe. Okay, you're probably wondering what the plan is. So first, I want to remove all 40,000 obsidian by hand. Then I'd like to remove the entire end island by using TNT bombing machines. After that, I plan on collecting over 400,000 blocks to build a massive pixel art of the entire Milky Way galaxy. This is not going to be easy. And if you enjoyed the video, please consider subscribing so you don't miss out on any new content. First of all, if we're going to be in the end for who knows how long, Endermen are definitely going to be an issue. If I just get some pumpkins and then carve them out. Okay, I forgot that it's impossible to see. I just downloaded a texture pack that should fix it all. Yep, that looks pretty good. Now, if this entire island is going to go, I'm going to need some haste to mine it faster. I just realized that once this island is gone, I will never be able to respawn the Ender Dragon again. We should probably collect as much Dragon's Breath as possible because it's going to become impossible after this project. So then I need some End Crystals. Next, a bunch of bottles for Dragon's Breath. Then some redstone stuff. I'd like to collect something called an Immortal Crystal. Time to respawn the dragon. Well, this is one of the last times we'll ever see this. The dragon just launched its fire. Here, bottles. I'd like to get a full shulker of Dragon's Breath. So we might be here for a while. Oh my gosh, this is so much better. That is almost enough. Wait, no. That almost killed me. Okay, no, we are killing the dragon now. Now that we evolved the Dragon's Breath, we should get the Immortal Crystals. Basically, when the Ender Dragon is respawning, if you use pistons to push these crystals, then they become immortal and keep the laser beams. We're going to be using this simple flying machine to push the crystals. Why is that not working? That's better. Now, the entire machine needs to be built. So then, if I just place the crystals again and respawn it, let's quickly run over here and flick this lever. Is it working? Nice, great, it is moving the first crystal. Now before the dragon respawns, bow that, and boom. We got the first crystal, and look at this. If I punch it, it will never explode, and it's just gonna stay there forever. I would now like to get 3 more of these. Okay then, that is everything I wanted from the dragon, so I guess we can move on to the second part, which is removing all of the obsidian. Oh man, this is going to be a grind. I just did a couple of layers and I want to try another tactic. If we sit here and mine straight down, then I can just hold my auto clicker. I'm a little afraid to try this because it's definitely more risky. If I forget about the mining, then I could fall right into the void. I spent about 4.5 hours mining this pillar, and now we are on the final row. The final block. Oh man, that was definitely a little bit scary. But after mining one of the 10 pillars, I collected about 9,000 obsidian. I think it would be best to save it, honestly, because we'll probably use it later. The second pillar done, third done, fourth done. This is interesting. I didn't finish mining all of the pillars, but that's because I actually want to begin removing the island at the same time. So when I mine the final pillars, everything disappears at once. So first of all, that means we're going to need to get rid of all of the bedrock around the island. There's a little trick I saw. If we place some blocks and then light this up, perfect, it still works. So then we need to repeat this. Now getting underneath this portal is going to be a little more tricky. This setup should be able to break the bottom pieces of bedrock. Oh, so I went through the portal. Attempt 2. Yes, that actually worked. Then all of these need to go. And that should be it for the center end portal. That means we can move on to the removal of the end island. And for this, we're going to use TNT bombing machines, which require a bunch of redstone. Slime, redstone blocks, pistons, glass, minecarts, and TNT. Let's go ahead and build the machine. If I break this redstone block, it should all start up. So when we're finishing everything else up on the island, it's going to slowly start to remove all of this endstone. Wait, I just realized when the machine passes over these portals, won't the TNT explode back into the machine? I might have a solution. If we place some water on top of these portals. Okay, now what about all the water on the ground? Now the TNT will go into the water and not explode the machine. This has got to be repeated 19 more times. And done. That's the portal part finished. Now these machines are starting to get close, so let's get rid of the final pillars. Here is the 9th pillar done. And finally the 10th pillar. This is the last block of obsidian. Unbelievable. I am so glad to be done. Look at my statistics now. Over 80,000 total mined obsidian. That means there was over 40,000 obsidian in all of the pillars combined. This is really great as well. The machines have already cleared most of the island away. However, when it's finishing up, I want to try to remove all of the bedrock around these gateways. It only took the machines a couple of hours to remove most of the island. Now I think it's time to get rid of this Enderman farm. Honestly, mining this is going to take ages because for some reason I decided to use iron to build it. How much TNT do we have left? That should be enough for now. I think we should just fill this place to the brim. How did that even happen? I literally could have died there. I'm gonna be much more careful next time. Let's just light this up. Amazing! Now the Enderman farm is entirely gone. I think I'll just AFK the rest of this and I'll let you know once it's all finished. The machine has gotten to the final couple of rounds and look at all of the Endermen. I guess they have nowhere else to live. I'm gonna just remove the final couple of blocks by hand. This is the last block of the entire end island. I definitely want to save that for the future museum we're gonna build. The entire island is gone. That took over 30 hours to remove. If you remember before, the island looked like this, but now with everything gone, it's time to build the universe below it. Now the tricky thing about this universe is that it has over 390,000 total blocks, some of which, like this 24,000 coal or 67,000 black wool, are gonna be insanely difficult to collect. Kinda wanna be lazy and start on the easy items. So, rooted dirt, polished granite, cyan terracotta, woods, calcite, mushroom blocks, quartz, strangely note blocks and jute boxes, iron, more terracotta. These next two are gonna be kinda tricky. I'm gonna need 596 tough blocks and 740 clay. As long as we go into a portal with the 1.18 generation, it should be easy enough to find a lush cave where both of these blocks will be. Yes, this is just what I needed. Now we need to get some more terracotta, polished deep slate, stone bricks, and cobble. This is gonna be a pain. I need to collect 985 dead coral blocks. This coral reef might not be large enough, but let's try to see how many we can get here. I literally mined every yellow coral block here. Let's hope there are enough of them here. And now these just need to become dried. This should be satisfying. Let me just pick these up again and we can move on. Next up, I need 1042 acacia wood blocks. How many saplings do we have? Yeah, this should work. Let's get some bones and... Now these gotta be chopped. Okay, that's enough. These next ones shouldn't be too difficult. More deep slate, smooth basalt, chiseled deep slate, andesite, deep slate bricks, gray wool, light gray wool, warped stems, cracked stone bricks, smooth stone, and coal ore. As much as we've already collected, this isn't even a tenth of all of the required blocks. I next need 3,323 obsidian. Do you think we have enough obsidian? Probably not. Gosh, 3,400 polished basalt. I guess it's time to run the basalt farm again. I literally left the room for 5 minutes to make some food when this happened. No, I just came back and saw it break. I was starting to experience boredom from collecting the thousands of items, but at least it was time to take a break and build a few farms. I need an absolutely stupendous amount of black wool, 67,472 to be exact. I don't think this sheep farm is gonna be fast enough. I might have a solution though. There's a really fast farm designed by Ilmingo that should make over 20,000 wool per hour once it's done. The issue is that to make this farm, we are going to need to collect another massive list of items. This should be all of the required redstone. Now we're gonna need over 1,200 glass for this farm. I think the best way to get this will be to trade with villagers for it. Okay, now 1,400 white concrete, 1,520 powered rails. I built this farm over here that makes an absolutely insane amount of rails. I was not kidding when I said insane. Finally, to finish up this farm, we're gonna need 4,962 grass blocks. Okay, we are ready to build the farm. Oh, wait a minute. I literally forgot the most important part. Sheep! This farm I want to build is going to include 512 sheep. That sounds insane, but I really don't know any other way to get that much wool. Will the baby also have black wool? Okay, that's good. I just realized this is going to require a huge amount of wheat. Okay then, it's time to build the farm. I want to make sure to breed the sheep every 5 minutes to make sure they're enough. Isn't this how another hardcore YouTuber lost his world? This block should finish the farm. Now we just need to get the sheep in. Okay, how can this be done 512 times as easily as possible? Come here, sheep. Okay, good. Rails? Yes, okay, get in. No, yes. Time for the second sheep. This is taking way too long. I have a better idea. What if we use these rails here to create a loop, and if we use this activator rail to bump the sheep off, then they should fall right into their pen. Here comes the next sheep. Okay, yes, get in. Yes, great, perfect, nice. This is working really well. I suppose it still needs to be repeated 500 more times. That is the entire first row done. It did take about an hour. This is insane how many shears need to go into this system. This farm made like